Hello, welcome. Just setting things up here. Be ready in a sec. All right, there we go. Okay, so let's continue where we left off. Just a quick recap here. I'm building a sort of I'm building a game which is going to be like a Metroidvania side scroller 2D, and I'm also building an editor that's gonna help in building the game. So yeah, slow and steady wins the race is kind of the motto as well. I do have a job besides this as well. Well, this is not really my job. This is more like I'm doing it in my free time. But I always wanted to make games, so this is kind of my entry into that. But anyway, enough of that. This game editor is, well, you can build scenes where you can put entities in, like monsters or NPCs or whatever. And what I'm building right now is I'm extending the entities so that the entity types so that they can have properties as well that the editor kind of knows about. So let's continue with that. I can actually show you here how it looks right now, and it's not really. It doesn't look that great, to be honest, right now, because the view of the properties is not really that great. I mean, here you can see, here's an entity, so here, this entity here, and you can add properties to it. So for this one, for example, I want to have a variant property because it can have two different like spawn animations depending on which variant you're kind of choosing it to have. And so what I want to do is I want to have a property called variant, which is like I don't know, a string maybe, or a bool, or I don't know really what it will be, but it's going to be a variant. And right now you can't change the type yet, but the properties are, I'm using imgui, by the way, as a library, and so this is a tree view in the imgui, and I think I'm gonna have to like roll my own tree view here, property view for this, because the tree view doesn't really support having labels that, I mean, there's gonna be a label here, but I want it to be this label, but if I put that there, you can't put an input there for one, and if you change the key, the whole tree node will sort of rebuild, or it will change, so that it will basically like close itself, all the inputs will change and all that. So I don't know, it just feels a bit weird to work with this tree view. It's really nice if you can get it like working properly, but I haven't really figured it out. So I think I'm gonna have to, like, if I want to have this properly, I want to like rebuild it, but I'm gonna use it like this for now, and keep it like this for now. And so what you can see here is like I have a property here. If I add another property, it's gonna get like a random ID, and then it's gonna have these default values here. So you have to like open it up to see what it is. Like, it's not really a good UI. Like if it's like this, you can't really see, okay, what properties is this? Like, I don't really see, but I have to open them up and see. Okay, but anyway, and we don't have a way of deleting a property, so maybe that's the next step. We want to delete a property. So let's actually just implement that. Oops. Yeah, so also last time we like kind of pivoted because I was going to implement like components instead of properties, which were a lot more involved, and it would include properties as well. But then I realized that, I probably shouldn't do that because it kind of locks you down into like an ECS structure for the entities, and maybe you don't want that in your game engine. Maybe you want something else, and it also makes it a lot more complex, the game editor, that it doesn't actually need to be to accomplish the same kind of things. It might be something that we want to add like in the future, but right now it doesn't really need to have that, and I want to try to avoid adding complexity that is not really necessary right now. I want to add it as it becomes a requirement, and having these properties is like, well, it's not really a requirement, but it's kind of a requirement when you're gonna design levels later. I will explain why, but it's a really nice way for the editor to know kind of more about your entities and their connection to other entities, so that way you can sort of connect entities in the editor, and the editor will know that, oh, these two are connected, so I can sort of display that way. So kind of like a button and a door, you can sort of show that this button is connected to this door, and you can maybe even jump to that door and stuff like that. So that's why I want to add properties, which will be a really nice addition here. So anyway, so it's going to be layout entity type. Oh no, layout properties, that's right. So here's our property editor, which is sort of this is only the properties part of the entity type editor, because properties are part of the entity type. But I've separated it out into its own file here. What we want to have, this is the add property button, and then we need a delete entity, or delete property button. And well, what we want to do first is we want to add the ability to actually delete the property. So here we have the add property, and we need to be able to delete property, or remove property, or whatever you want to call it. And probably need the allocator, so let's just call that. And now we need properties, so it's going to be here. So it's going to be on the property object, and here is that. So let's just implement that there. So now that should exist. Yeah. Okay, so here we don't need to generate a new name. We don't need to free that name. What we do want to do is we want to fetch. Let's do a fetch ordered remove. Yeah, I have to like implement this, so we have to actually go to this thing here, string z array hash map, and yeah, this is kind of a wrapper around another hash map to make it like JSON serializable, and also work nice. The strings works nice with imgri as well, so that's why we have this hash map here. And so since the strings are kind of this struct that we've made, where is this? We have these keys that you can put in as like zero terminated strings, and so we're using that to copy basically the hash map functions in here. But the hash map function actually requires to get the string z, like this sort of struct here, but we don't want to, I mean, I'm just adding these functions here for convenience. So I'm gonna copy this and add a fetch ordered remove. It's not gonna be that difficult I just need to do this. It's gonna basically be the same thing. We don't need an allocator. So we don't actually, well, we do need an allocator in here. But we are doing this. We're not putting in a value. And what we get out is not an error. We just get out a nullable KV. And so what is a KV? Well, it's gonna be, oops, this, which is just this. So what you could do is you could say, since we have this type as an inner hash map, we could just say in hashmap.kv and also nullable as well. So there we go. Now we have basically a convenience function for that. We don't have value. Yes, there we go. Let's do that because it's clipping the line there. All right. Now we have fetch, order, remove. So, oops, let's go back here and we can do that. We don't need to call init. We do need allocator, and the key is gonna be passed into here. I'm just gonna check here because this key might actually already be, I mean, you could use the same key as you have. Let's see, where are we? So we probably have the key. Yeah, we should already have the key like a string z. So we probably don't need to pass it in like this. Let's actually just pass it in. Well, 64, okay. It's gonna be this. I'm just gonna make a type here, which is gonna be K for key, so that's gonna be this. Just so I don't have to deal with that. Okay, there we go. And now this will just be key. You're just passing in that. Except we can now say directly here. We can just say map, and we don't even need the allocator here. Okay. All right. So now we have delete property. Now let's go back to the document. And we don't need the allocator, but we do need the key. Now this is gonna be, oh. Let's do this. Let's go here and we will expose the, I guess we could expose the key like this. Right, so we delete it. Then also, right, so we need to do a little bit more here because we are getting the, I think the entry out. Yeah, this is the KV. And if we don't get it, then we can just return. So now we have a KV here. So what we need to do is we need to deinitialize both the string and the property. So actually we do need the allocator now. So that's right. And the value we also deinitialize. All right. Let's add this back here. that's the document. No, this is the property object. We need to add it here as well. So here we actually need the allocator. And that's a lot of arguments, so let's do this. All right. And yeah, that's it for delete property, I think. And so now we just need to hook that up to a button. And so here's the object property editor, where we want to add the button. So let's just add it maybe here somewhere. Maybe like to the left of this, of the key thing, or just at the, like its own button at the top. So this is delete property, and if it's clicked, we will simply do well, we need a document, so it's going to be entity type document dot delete property allocator, and the key is key. All right. So now we actually need a document and the context as well. So entity type document. Okay. Now you need this, and you also need context and that document. Oops. And we need to pass them along. There we go. And you also need context and document. There we go. All right. So now we have a delete button. So let's try it out. Wait, entity type property 162. Oh, do you need to be a var? Usually that's the case, unless you see anything else wrong there. Okay. And yeah, so now we should have a delete property button. So let's add a new property and delete it, and we crash, of course. That's always the first step here, or the first thing that happens when you try a new thing. Almost always. Assertion failed, buff. Oh yeah. So I actually thought about this, but I forgot it. But since we're deleting the thing that we're sort of iterating, we will crash. One thing that we can do is like continue here to skip over the thing. But what we also need to realize is that the property is, we're iterating through all the properties and we're changing the list while iterating through it, which is bad, because yeah, that will sort of mess things up here. So what we do want to do is we want to, instead of deleting it in here, what we can do is make well, we really only need one thing, so we're gonna make a variable which is gonna be property to delete, and that's gonna be nullable, and then the key, which is gonna be like property object dot key. Okay, so that's the property to delete. And instead of deleting property directly here, what we can do is we can say property to delete is equal to key. All right, and then we can continue because, well, we don't really need to continue, I guess. But if you click delete, well, it's gonna be messed up for a frame. Let's not do that. If you continue here, we're gonna skip out on rendering this stuff, and then that's not gonna render for one frame. So I guess it's better to have it consistent and just do like this. So if we have a property to delete, we get the key out there, and we can just delete using that at the end there. Okay. Yeah, and I think that should be good. I'm just thinking of a hierarchy, because this can actually be, if let's say you have an object hierarchy, I don't think this will be an issue even then, because you've already like rendered the entire thing and you're deleting it afterwards. Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue because you're not going in here again. You're not, okay. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be an issue. So if it's really gonna, like, you could save, you could have a list of properties to delete like at the end of the render function and then delete them instead. So you could do that, like you could have a list or just one variable that you pass through that you like use instead. But I think this should be good enough. Like, okay, now we can create a property, we can delete that. Let's just try saving. Now we have a property here, and let's reopen here, and here we still have this property, and we delete it and we save, and there's no issues here. Okay, so now we can delete properties. Good. Next thing is changing the type of the property. So we have a bunch of different types that you could have for the property. And how do we want to do this? We probably want to just have, like right now we just have this text label, so you can't really change the type, but we do want to be able to change the type. So I believe that there is something like a drop down list, or I'm not sure what it's called here. List, not really a box. It's called a combo from enum maybe. Okay, let's try it. I'm not sure what the difference is here if you have to do begin combo. Let's try just doing combo from enum here, and I'll just have type there, and then the item is, oh, you're just passing current item. I see. So that would be value.property, or actually it will be, yeah, oh yeah, so it is just value.property. Okay, let's see what that gives us. Maybe a crash, I don't know. Oh, value type will ignore it. Let's ignore it. Okay, we got some compiler errors. Cannot dereference non-pointer type, property type. Oh, it's trying to dereference it. Okay, so let's do that. Makes sense. If you're gonna be able to like change it, you need to pass the pointer. Expected indexable font type. Current item must be a pointer to an enum, not a... Okay, where's that error message? Okay, well, anyway, so I think it's because this is not like the enum. It's like a union enum and not a straight enum type. So how do we do that? Is it like... I know that there's something in meta here. You could get active tag. What does that do? Tagged union, active tag. So maybe this one, but I'm not sure if that needs to be like home time or something. Also, yeah. Like the issue here is we can't really... We have to have like a mechanism for when this is updated and then change value.property accordingly. So I'm not sure how to do that really. Unless we just do this, we have a var that is the property type, and it's gonna be the active tag of value.property. And then we pass in that as a thing that's gonna change. And then I think it's changing in the if. So if you have this if here, I'm just gonna log out for now. Changed property type to, and then we just have the tag name of property type. Okay. Will that work? Okay, here you go. So it's automatically populating based on the enum value. And then if you change it to string, well, nothing happens because the next frame is gonna reset to float because we've not actually changed the type yet. But if we look for this log here, you can see that we actually changed the property to string. So what we need to do is, so it actually goes in here when we change the type. And so what we need to do, we already got the type then from property type, and now we basically just need to convert this to a union. So let's just do so what is value? Value is a pointer to the property. So we could change that directly. What if the property needs to be deinitialized? What if the property is like a string and it needs to be deinitialized? So we probably call deinitialize on property first. Yeah. So these ones have deinitialized but they don't do anything. So we can just call deinitialize first. Whoops. Or right, like this. Yeah. Okay, so we deinitialize it first. Then we say, and we don't hope that, well, the ID is not going to be touched when we deinitialize, which is good because that would mess things up. ID is going to be the same. We do want to set the property to one of these based on whatever we're going to have. So I think what we want to do is we're going to go here and we're going to make like a... Actually, you know what? Let's just make a convenience function in here. That's called like set type. So this would require a mutable property. And we probably, yeah, we need the allocator. And what else? Yeah, the new type, which is gonna be a property type. Well, it's not gonna be a property type. It's gonna be like the tag name of a property type. You know what? I'm actually gonna do this. I'm gonna say property type tag is gonna be an enum, and that's gonna be that, and then this is gonna be property type tag. So now we first make an enum that we can more easily use. It's very more robustly defined, and the LSP can make sense of it as well. Because if we're gonna, the alternative was to use like this, I think, tag, or no, field enum. That's right, field enum of property type. But the LSP does not know what this is. So if you say, and this is a tag, then it doesn't actually know what to do with it. But if you say it's a property type tag, then you get this auto completion, which is very, very nice. So I think this will be a convention I'm gonna use. I mean, it's you get this more easily as well, and you can yeah, just add a type here, and then it's gonna also like automatically complain that this doesn't have all the types. Like if you add a new one, it's gonna complain here that, oh, you don't have ASDF on here. So, but this is gonna play way more nice with LSP. And so, and now we can simply say here, we can say property type tag as well. And it's not gonna return anything. So first we're gonna call the init on ourselves, and we are going to say that our property is going to be equal to so how would we do this? I think we can just do union init, the union's property type, the active field name is tag name new type. Wait, is this needs to be comp time, I think, yeah. So actually we need this to be like inline else or something. Actually, this whole expression can be comp time. Let's do comp time switch on new type, and then inline else and then union init on that, and then tag name of t, which is should be comp time now. Init expression, I'm just gonna say dot empty and hope that that will work. We need an empty on all of these. So this one has empty. This one does not have empty. It's kind of like the default value. And this is a property string. Value equals empty. Do you have empty? No. Yes, you do. But it's not really initialized though. It's not actually initialized. We probably need the allocator here. Yes. So this is not gonna work. Okay, let's go for init instead. And we need an allocator, and we need value is equal to .init with nothing. Okay. Yeah. That will be well better, because if we initialize with empty, then it's like, okay, when are we gonna initialize it? I think it's just we just initialize it directly instead. So instead of doing .empty, we're gonna do .init with the allocator. So that's also an interface now. Every property type needs to have an init function with the allocator as an argument. It doesn't need to have a value, but it's gonna have the allocator, but this one doesn't use it, but we can do it like this anyway. Yeah, and then float. So this one, let's do that. Entity reference. Now this is a bit interesting because these are doesn't make sense. They are like well, I guess you can zero them actually. Let's actually do that. Let's have a pub const 0 is equal to that, because that's just a U128, so we can just zero that. Okay, and that will also become like okay, yeah, if it's 0, you can easily check it's 0, and then you know it's not really initialized as well. All right, same thing here. Asset ID 0, asset type is, you know, I guess something by default. And object is also gonna be, this can just return .empty. Okay, there we go. So now everything has in it. String is the only one that requires the allocator and initializes that. But now this is now valid. So you send in a type, it's gonna go into this comp time switch. So everything in here is like comp time. Well, is it? Okay, I guess we'll find out. I'm not sure exactly, because I know that sometimes you can like mix and match like comp time stuff and runtime stuff. I still don't fully understand exactly where the boundaries are and stuff like that. But the important part here is to get the union in it. You have to supply a comp time tag name in order for it to work. But this init expression is not necessarily, it doesn't need to be comp time. So that's the thing here. And I needed to add, I think I need to add comp time here in order for this to be comp time. But even though this is a comp time switch, I'm not sure if this will work here. But I guess we'll see. Expected expression what? Wait, where are we? Oh, layout property 58. Oh, right. So we're not doing this. What we're doing is we're setting type from here, and we need to supply an allocator, and we need to supply the new property type like this. Oh, wait, like this, yeah. There we go. Okay. Got some other errors. Entity type property 32. Float. Oh yeah. So let's just do init. Oh man. Okay, let's keep the float. Let's keep empty there. Float. Almost empty. Let's do that. I guess we could just do the same with integers. Alright, what's the issue here? Unable to resolve comp time value. Right. So this is not comp time, I guess. So, but could we make maybe this comp time? Is that possible? Nope. This. Can we do that? I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a way to do this. What if we put comp time there? No, that doesn't even provide the correct syntax. What if we do comp time here? And now this is not comp time. So yeah. What if we just remove comp time? Will that work? Again, I'm not sure exactly how. Oh, what's this? Expected type, property object found, property float. Okay, so I think there's something weird with the match of this, like what they call them. They call this something here. I forgot what it was called, like something declaration, something. Okay. So it's like, yeah, it's a this dot in it doesn't know which type, I guess, to pick from depending on the tag name. Could we do something like meta tag payload t, wait, property type, and then the tag is t, and then dot init? Will that work? Still the same error? What? Wait, did I mess up one of the init functions? This is a string, integers, float. Oh. This makes sense. Right. And this one as well. Okay, okay, that was the issue. Okay. Okay, now we actually don't get errors. So we don't need to say comp time here. But can we now just say dot init is the question. Yes, we can. All right. Any other compilation errors? Nope. Okay. So let's see if it works. Let's try an integer. Oh yeah, I forgot. I haven't actually implemented the other editor, like UI stuff for those. So property integer type not supported in the editor. Yeah. So I actually have to, but it works. So really, really nice. I didn't actually have to put comp time here. So this is actually comp time now, which is very nice. I believe sometimes it has failed me before when trying to do this, but maybe it's like for the new version they fixed it or something. I don't know. Anyway, so let's go now to the layout, and we simply need to implement. Now we have a property input as well. We need to implement an editor for the rest of these things. So let's start with the integer, because that's probably the easiest one here. And let's just make an integer property editor. And we'll go to the float one and just copy that. Very, very simple one here. And this is just going to be an input int. And we get the integer there. And that's going to be it. Except this is not a float, this is a integer that we need to import. There we go. Okay, so let's try this again now. It's basically we have integer, float, and object right now. So I'll try object as well. That should be interesting to see. So here we go. Here's integer. You can even have these step functions here if you want. Now let's try object. Okay, so we don't have, right, so we don't have an add. Okay, so the add button needs to be per object, right? So, right, but in theory this should actually work, but we need to move this to the object property editor. Fortunately, it's pretty easy to just move the UI like this. Oh, but actually this is gonna be interesting. So we need to actually add a new property on the object now. I guess it's the same thing maybe. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Right. Now we have one here instead. We can delete it. We can make this into an object, and we can add properties here now. Let's save it, and we can open it again. And here we have the same sort of hierarchy that we have. We can add more objects here. I'm trying. Yeah, so if you have more, it's gonna scroll. This is kind of in the way a little bit, but oops, I can't delete this. Okay, that's probably because we're trying to delete on the main document and not on the object. So yeah, we just have to do that, so that will work. Did I save when? Yeah, so I can delete this now, and that works, and we can change the type. What if we do this? Yeah, it's gonna, like, we create this these properties. We have an object. What if we change the type now, because that will deinitialize the thing. If we exit now, do we get any memory leaks? No. Okay, cool. So great. Yeah, because when it's changing types, we're also deinitializing the previous one, which should take care of everything. So just need to make sure that all these little steps are working properly here. So yeah, so we'll continue, I guess, with we need a string. string property editor. It's gonna be very simple as well. Input text. Let's just start with the normal thing. Buffer. So this is gonna be the string. Property string. Oops. Which we don't have yet. We need to import it. And yeah, the buffer is going to be string dot value dot buffer. Well, yeah, that's that should be good. And that should be it. Okay, now we need to incorporate it over here. And there we go. Very easy to add these, actually. Now this part was way easier. I still don't like this UI fully, but we can change this to a string. We can type in something here, save it, exit, reload. We still have this value here. So this is kind of like the default value, I guess. So the variant, I just realized it would be nice to be able to add like an enum here, but that would also like that sort of, well, how do you say it, insinuates that we need a type editor. Like we need to add like types. Like this is sort of like a type editor already that we have here. You're kind of making a object type that we're making here, but an enum is a different thing. I guess you could technically add an enum as a property, or we have a different, like we have types. I don't know really. Maybe it's like a bit too much. It doesn't really give the editor any. Well, it does give more validation, I guess, when, yeah, it's more safety if you have a, because the idea is that you have variants. Variant can really only be two things, I guess, default and, or maybe like grass or green and gray. So can it be either green or gray? And if you type anything else, if you misspell like gray with E, for example, or any other sort of mistake, but the editor doesn't know that it's a mistake, but then it's gonna crash somewhere else. So it's just a little bit of safety thing, so it doesn't crop up as an issue later. So that's why it would be nice to have an enum type as well, but that would also require, okay, how are we gonna define the enum? Where is it gonna be stored? And stuff like that. So but yeah, this should be good for now. So I'm just gonna have green as a default value. So this is kind of how it works. You add you have your entity type. You decide, okay, I want to have a property called variant because it's going to be able to spawn two different types. It's going to have two different spawn animations. One is going to be this with the green, and one is going to be this with the gray. And so you add a property called variant with a string. That's a string, and you have green. You could also technically do an integer where 0 means green and 1 means gray, but I think this is a little bit more descriptive of what's happening. And then when you actually add this thing to the scene, this entity here to the scene, then it's going to show up here. Instead of having metadata, it's going to show up here as a property that you can change. So all the properties are going to be listed here. And we're probably going to have a different view for that, actually. So yeah. So yeah, that's kind of what's coming next here. We have basically everything. Oh yeah, we have also the asset reference and that thing. Yeah. So we have float, integer, string. We probably need others as well, like maybe arrays and maybe something else. But let's do asset reference property editor. Excuse me. There we go. Asset reference. And let's add that. And let's add entity reference as well while we're at it. There we go. Now we do an asset reference. Oops. Now asset reference, we already have an input for that, so that's in utils, which we don't have right now. Utils, and it's going to be an asset input. Now, oh yeah, the asset. Oh yeah, so we do have the type here, asset type. Comp time, document tag. So it's comp time. So we need to have a switch here, depending on the type. And you're also gonna have to be able to change the type as well. So we need something akin to this. So let's just copy that. Let's have that first. So this is going to be the asset type, I guess we can call it. It's a bit different terminology. Let's just call it document type, or document type is the convention here. Document type. So like asset and document is basically the same thing in this context here. Document type. So this is going to be asset reference dot type. And then we're gonna set that. No, we're gonna. Well, this is also gonna have like. Well, it's just. I guess it's just gonna be this. But if we change the type, we probably wanna. We do wanna nullify the ID as well. Why didn't I get? I mean, it is there, so we want to nullify that. Then let's see. Yeah, now we want to do this inline else switch here. So we're gonna inline else on the document. I guess we can grab this document type now, since it's like the most recent thing, or we can just do this so it's a bit more readable, maybe. I don't know. So we're gonna do an inline else, get the tag out there, and then we're gonna have an asset input where the document tag is t, context is context, so we need the context here as well. Context. And the current ID. So this one is a bit interesting because the current ID is going to be either null or I guess we could make it. We could just make them nullable instead of having this weird state. Yeah, let's just make them nullable instead of having this 0 thing. It's just a weird way of doing things. Yeah. Let's do the same thing here. All right. Now, and also we'll make this null here. Okay. So we got that. Let's see. We need the UUI. No, we don't need the UUI. We just need to say what it is. So this is going to be asset reference asset ID. And oh yeah, so what's happening here, we get the thing back. If we get the new ID back, we simply say that this is gonna be the new ID. There we go. And then we don't have this text thing. So that's the asset reference property editor. You can change the type and you can change the ID with the asset input. And the way you change it is by dropping an asset from the assets manager into it, which is really nice now because yeah, it's like totally integrated with asset manager, and it's built in now into the property editor. So I mean, let's say we want to change, we have a spawner enemy and we want to change you want to have a property that says, okay, here's a property where you can actually set the thing that's getting spawned, and you can actually change it based on the entity instance. Well, you probably want to make maybe like a new entity type for it, but it's nice that it's like possible to have like maybe more abstract entity types as well that you can use. But I don't know. But so that's asset reference property editor. So let's add that in the list here. Asset reference. Asset reference property editor, yeah. Context and asset reference. Just fits there. Okay, and then the last one is going to be the entity reference property editor. Let's actually try this asset reference property editor first. Okay, let's do this for now. Oops. What's the other issue here? Document type expected found U3. What? Excuse me. Oh, wait. Oh, this is still. Oh, I don't even need to. Oh, we can just do this. We don't even need to. Wait, why? Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's see. Oh, it's asset type. Oh. Okay. Right. There we go. So let's go over here and to see what I'm talking about. This is a spawner type enemy, which normally spawns these things, but technically we could tell it to spawn whatever we want now, because we can add a property. We can call it spawny or something. I don't know what and then it could be an asset reference, and here you see, oh, type. Oh, because they're both named type. Okay. Asset, maybe asset type. Okay, let's try this again. We add a property, we set it to asset reference, and here you can set this to be anything really, and you can see the input changes as well. Really nice. Okay, so then we're gonna say entity type. So the types of entity that is gonna spawn. Well, now we don't actually have an entity called battling here, but you could spawn a button, for example, if you want, or this guy, or whatever you want. So that's really nice. We can set it to whatever type of asset that we want. You could maybe, I mean, if you had like a teleporter pad or something, you can add a property called teleport target or something, and then you can select, okay, I want this to be an asset referenced to a scene, where you just put the scene in there. And then you can also add another property called like target position or something, and then you have that would also be a nice way, like if we could have a vector, and then you can say, okay, I want to pick a vector from a scene or something like that. Pick from scene, and then you click on the scene so you get the vector that you want or something like that. Or you can bind it to maybe an entity instance, like target position could actually be an entity reference. Now this is not implemented, so this will crash, but that would also be a way to do it. Like if you have a landing pad or a target teleport pad that you will spawn from when teleported there. So that's really nice now, and a lot easier to connect different entities to different things now. All right, and define like the schema of the thing. So what we need now is we need the entity reference property editor, and I'm not sure exactly how to do this because we don't really have the means of selecting an entity instance right now. I would like it to be, so the idea with this property type is so that you can connect an entity instance to another entity. So let me show you here. Here I have the button entity and the door entity. I would like to connect this to here. And you can't just do it by adding, let's say, here we have this here. So let's say we change this to be activate, and then you can't just change it to an entity type and then say, okay, I want this to activate a door like this, because we don't know which door we're talking about. You have to know what door are we talking about. You have to be to know that. So let's actually save this and try and see if this still works by opening here. Yeah. So what we need to do is we need to refer to a specific entity in a specific scene. So this button will refer to this specific entity in this specific scene. And what we need for that is some way of having the entity reference and having it selectable here. So you have if we show the properties here and you see like the target property, and you say maybe there's a button here that's called like select target or something, select entity, and then you can click on the entity that you want to select to set the entity to whatever you want it to be there. The problem is though, maybe you want to connect it to another scene, and we don't really have a good way of doing that right now, because that would require, well, maybe if you click on select entity, it will enter this sort of special mode where if you change the scene it doesn't, maybe you can like get another window up or something that where you select the entity. We need a way to be able to select entity without losing the context of setting the entity to something. So yeah, that's gonna be like something that's sort of you could have something that communicates between editors in that case, or you can have one editor that selects the entity. You could also do, let's say you compile a list of all the entities and all the scenes, but then they are shown by their, like, so you could select from a drop down also. That could also be a thing, but then you would probably want to have like labels for the entities, which would be nice anyway, because then you could easily maybe search things up and do stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, but it is a problem that we would want to solve. So yeah, let's delete that. Okay, we'll save you. I guess you were already saved. Yeah, so this is going to be an entity reference instead. Now I think I can easily create this one, because this doesn't really have anything. This shouldn't actually have any input. So because you can't set the idea is you don't really set a type on it, and you don't really set the value either, because there's really no value to grab from, because it's referring to an entity inside a scene. So it wouldn't really make a lot of sense to be able to set like a default value on it. All right. I mean, though, I guess, but that's way too convoluted. But like, I guess one way would be like, okay, if you have a button and you probably want to connect it to a door or something that can get activated. So then you can set it to like, okay, I want the default connection type to be to a door, and when you add the button, it's going to automatically, if there's only one door, it's going to automatically connect to the door that's in the scene. But that's way too like complicated and way too convoluted, I guess, for this. So we're just going to have it as an empty thing there, and then yeah, that's it. I think we're going to get a compiler here, because this else, I'm just going to delete this and rerun and see that it works, because now it should work. Or I can comment it out and we can add it once we... It was just temporary when developing this thing here. But yeah, now we can define the properties fully here. Now let's change this to an entity reference. And we can have it here, but we don't really have a way to set it yet. But that's going to be the next step. So that's going to be like selecting here, instead of showing metadata, we're actually going to delete metadata. Instead of having that, we're going to have properties, and we're going to show the properties for this. So we actually need to do a couple of things. We need to add properties to the scene entities. Scene entities is different from the entity types, because scene entities are the scene instances. So that's going to be the next thing. But I need to go BRB a couple of minutes here. But I'll be right back, and we'll continue with implementing properties for the entity instances. So right now we actually did all this now, so we can check this off here. Yeah, we have all this, we have this, we don't have max length for strings, I guess, but we do have all of these things, so that's really, really nice. Reference entity scene. I'm not sure what I mean here, but we do have asset reference, and we do have entity reference, and we do have default property values as well. There we go. So next up is adding this part, the properties for properties for the entity instance. But I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so let's continue here. Yes, so we need to now implement the properties in entity instance details, and I think I have an idea on how to do it. I want to do it a little bit differently than the actual property sort of editor that we already have, because that's gonna be a bit different anyway, because this is kind of dealing with, I mean, it does have these inputs, so we might want to keep some of these, maybe. Maybe not. I mean, the asset reference, we don't want to be able to change the type. We just want to be able to, we just want to show the type. So maybe what we want to do is we want to pass down a bool flag that says either with like that says like which mode we're in. So let's say we have a mode that is let's do property editor mode, and this is a union. No, it's an enum. Yeah. So this is gonna be like, I mean, either we have the entity type properties or we have the entity instance properties. So I'm gonna say either we are in an entity type, except it's lowercase here, or an entity instance. Okay, that's the two different modes that we can have. And right now we have implemented fully the entity type property editor. So we probably want, I mean, it's gonna also depend on the type of document that you send in, because now it's just not gonna be an entity type document, it's gonna be like a scene entity that we pass in instead. So yeah, I'm wondering if we even need the entity type document here. Do we even need this right now? I mean, the only reason we need it is because we have to push, like, no, we don't actually need it. Okay, so that's kind of interesting that normally Zig is like very adamant on, oh, you don't need this, so there's a compilation error, you don't actually use this parameter, so you have to delete it. But now we are using it, however we're using it sort of almost, yeah, we're using it recursively, and that way there is a dependency, but it's like a circular dependency, so it doesn't actually detect that we're not actually using the entity type document parameter in a way that's like yeah, that it doesn't need to be used here. So we don't actually need to pass that down, which is very good, because now we can have two different like editor types, you could say. Actually, you know what, let's make this a union enum instead, and then the entity type is gonna be the document, and then this is gonna be like a scene entity. So wait, where do we have this? Maybe here, scene, yeah, here we have scene entity. So that's the entity, and this is gonna, instead of having metadata, we're now gonna replace that with properties instead, and then you're gonna be able to edit those properties with this property editor. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we'll remove this thing and we'll just have properties instead, and this is just going to be a property object, which we need to grab from the library here, and we need to do a couple of other things. Let me check something here. let's see. Yeah, I just got a weird song stuck in my brain right now. I'm trying to get out of this prison here. Oh yeah, so we added properties. Now let's go through, right, so this is gonna be... Do we have, what do we have? Why is this not working properly? Does this work? Right, so we need allocator was not used. Well, we do have allocator, so we can just do this. I guess we can do empty, maybe. Why do you even need allocator? I don't think you need allocator. Yeah, let's just do empty. Oh, so we don't even need allocator in here, so we can remove that. Right, it was needed because of metadata, right? But now we don't even need it. Great. And the initialize we don't even... Well, we do need it for type, I guess. Oh yeah, the type is like the content sort of the entity. So that's fine. Wait, actually... How do I want to structure this? Because I think the type is actually the thing that's going to have the properties. Maybe. The type is this sort of hard-coded thing. I'm going to delete all this now because they are no longer necessary. Yeah, they are now not hard-coded. They are now like everything is custom. Except for these things. These things are the only things that are sort of hard-coded into the editor as entity types. And it's all to do with like transitioning between scenes and the time map, of course, there. And what else? Well, we don't need these. Oh, we want... this one. Okay, so wait, X. Wait, let's do this. Okay, this one doesn't need. This one is. All of these are now custom. Okay. Same thing here. Custom. Yes, there we go. All right. And they didn't have any special things here anyway. Okay. Now what? Do we actually want to put the we probably want to just put the properties here and then we populate them from outside, I think. Yeah. Because the thing is, we could populate them here. We probably should actually. But then we need like context to get the entity type. We need like the document. If the entity type is custom, actually, yeah, we do need the context here. And the properties is gonna be like if this is custom. Wait, let's do this. Switch on entity type. If it's custom, then we get the ID out and we grab the entity type document from the context, because we need that in order to, so this will essentially say that if you load a scene, it's basically gonna need to load the property. It's gonna need to load all the entities that's in the scene as well to be able to know what the properties are. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And now the question also becomes like, what if you change the properties of entity instances that already, like what if you add or delete properties of entities that already exists in the scenes? You have to have like an update process going through that. That's gonna be an issue now. Okay, we'll tackle that maybe in the future. We'll keep it like kind of high chaparral. I don't know if that's a common phrase, but okay, let's see. It's gonna be like chaos for now. You have to be real careful about what you're doing, but we'll make it work here. So we're gonna do document type by ID. Document type is gonna be entity type. The ID is gonna be ID. Okay. So we're gonna grab this. If we don't get anything, right? So at first it's an error. So we'll catch that and just. I think we'll do like this. Property is gonna be this, and if we don't get anything, we're gonna break empty. If we don't get anything otherwise, we're gonna break empty as well. And now I think what you need to do here is you need to actually do this. In order for that to work. Oh. Can we do this? Okay, apparently we can. Because I know that switch labels work a little bit differently. It's like a loop. But we'll see. Hopefully this does what I want it to do. Actually, maybe it's better to do it like this. So we have a break there. Yeah. Okay. And then if, let's see, so if we get a document, what we want to do is we want to grab out the properties and basically copy them over. So we basically want to clone the properties. So we do need an allocator here. Actually, we got the context, so we can just use that. So this is going to be break this dot get properties dot clone allocator. Right. And now this will set this to be property object. Okay, so basically we're checking for the entity type. If it's a custom, we get the ID out, we try to load the document. If there's an error, we just break out empty, so there we get an empty properties. If there is no error but there's no document found, then we also say empty. So we just handle that like that. Otherwise, we are going to break out get properties on the entity type document, which will return the property object, and then we clone that. So we get a copy of those properties, and then we say that this is the properties. Now what we also want to do is we want to handle the other cases which don't really have properties. I mean, I guess technically we could actually use this now to have like hard-coded properties for things like the exit and the entrance, because those actually have like hard-coded sort of properties by entity type or scene entity type here. So for example, the exit has scene ID and scale. We could actually put those as properties if we want. It's not really gonna be that, it's not gonna be better, I don't think, perhaps due to, you know, we already have this implemented. But if we do have metadata, for example, on the, what is it, the what is it, on what we have metadata. Yeah, on, it's either the exit or, yeah, I think on the exit. So the exit has metadata that tells us where to which entrance in the target scene we're gonna teleport. Instead of having it as, I don't know why I did like that. Instead of having it as a string key here, like target key, we actually have it in the metadata right now. So that's, we're gonna have to change that. So you could use the property editor for that, which would work. It will sort of that, because then that also removes sort of the special handle case of these entity types. So you could have, like, if you have exit, for example, and we do break there. Well, actually, we could just, well, we create a new properties object. Let's say, and this is a property object. This is a empty, and then we say add property. Yeah, this is context. Add new property. We don't really get the property back, but we know it's the first one, so we can say properties and fields. I mean, I guess what you could do is return the new property as well. Fetch put, maybe? No, not fetch put. Get or put. It would be get or put, maybe. Or we can say fields map and then get wait, what is get adapted? Key header self index header. Okay, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna look at that. but it's gonna be basically get and no, get pointer, and the key will have to be property object.k.init context.allocator. Initial slice is going to be, wait, we don't actually have this. Oh, we don't actually, no, wait. No, what am I doing? We just need to do this. Yeah, so this is going to be the, what's it called? Well, the first one, yeah, I guess scene ID or scene. We could call it scene. All right. Now this is actually a property. We could also add another one, and we can just keep on doing this. And then the next one is gonna be scale. That's right. But actually scale we don't actually have. I guess we could have scale X and scale Y. But in theory, what you could do is have scene, and then you say, okay, I want to set the property. I wanna set the type to be a asset reference, and then the asset then we can say asset reference, then we can say the asset type. Where do you set the label? Where did we set the label here? We have ID. Where's the label? Oh yeah, that's the key of the actual thing. Yeah, that's right. Hello. How's it going? Personal Hadi. What's up? Just building this building a game editor for my game. Let's see. Property type. Where? So. Oh yeah. So I want to change the key. That's right. Hey, can I ask you something? Sure. Go ahead. It's not gonna be that. It's gonna be. Oh yeah. It's gonna be scene key. It's gonna be keys. That's right. So we're gonna set this to be what? Oh, we're just gonna set it. Yeah. To be scene. That's the key. And that's the type. And then scene property asset reference, and then the asset type is going to be a scene. Can you add my icon to your game, please? Wait, what icon? What's happening here? Unused block label. Oh yeah. So then we're gonna break properties. So that's how you could sort of define these properties now as that, and then you could. I think I'm gonna like add a convenience function here to actually say, okay, I want to get an entity with this key, or I mean not an entity. I want to get the property with this key. So what you could do is you could add get by key or something like that, and then this is the property object, and then you have a key, and then you get a property back, and we will find this key. So we will create this key. Oops. Now this is gonna be, wait, we have self, my icon, sorry for the mistype. No problem. What do you mean your icon? Do you mean your avatar? Like the, I don't see what it is. Is it a pink sandwich or what is it? Let's see. Self map. Where is it? Fields. Oh, we don't have get here. We could add get as well. We have put. Wait. No, here. Yeah. So we have put. And we should have get. Let's do get pointer. And we need the key and an allocator. And we return get pointer. Now this doesn't return unreachable, so or catch. So let's do that. Okay, so now we need to return it as well. So now we have that, and we can go back here and we can say get pointer. Yeah, we need allocator as well. Yes. I'm not sure. 2 pink sponges with hamburger toppings. Okay. Do you like your icon? I'm not sure if I'm gonna add it. Sorry. Maybe if it fits somewhere, but I don't think I'm not gonna have sponges in the game. Well, actually, maybe. Well, yeah, no. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, we just returned that. Actually. Yeah. Great. Yeah, they're nice to. I mean, I use them to clean, but a small. What are you saying? Is a small item? Okay. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, as like an Easter egg, maybe. I mean, that would actually be quite funny, but I don't know. Let's see. Do you like Metroidvanias? That's my question to you. Underground of oh yeah, we don't need you. There we go. And then wait a minute. Yeah, here we need to defer the initialize as well, because we're just temporarily making it so we can grab out the thing and then we don't need the key anymore. All right, and then back. Wait, where did we go? Here. Right, so now, for example, if we wanna, like, in the editor, we know it's an exit, and then we know that, okay, you have a property called scene, so we can get that by saying get by key, context allocator, and then the scene. So now we get the property back, and we can assume that it's an asset reference, and we can get the ID out from that. So now we have our scene ID. So that's how we could use that later. But I don't think I'm gonna do that right now. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to just say if it's something else, then we're gonna say empty here for now. It's like an Easter egg. Yeah, I understand. It would be kind of funny, but do you like Metroidvanias? I mean, it would be nice if you know, if you had any like sort of connection to it, and not just add it just because, you know. In my opinion. So let's see, no field name metadata instruct. Yeah, that's right. So now we have properties instead. There we go. And same thing here. So the clone, we already have a clone function, so we could say self properties dot clone instead. Alright. Okay. So now we have basically properties in there. Now all the scenes are gonna have like they're gonna have like metadata that's not really gonna exist. Actually, you know what? Exits are gonna be maybe we should do this right now, because exits it's either no. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna say here. We're gonna say entrance key right here. Yeah. That's gonna be because and then actually in it needs an allocator now. No. All right. There we go. So let's do that, and then where do we actually create this one? Do we have references? No. So actually now we also need like the initializing clone for exits as well, since we have something to initialize. Self entrance key initialize entrance key. Wait, but we do, it's already, we do have clone on it, so it's just gonna be clone here. We don't need to do this anymore. So same thing here. We do self key clone allocator. All right. So let's see. Right. We need to do a couple of things. So we need to go to our layout scene and change. So now we need to add. So now we've added like properties to the scene entities, and now we need to actually implement the UI for this. But one thing that we also need to do is we need to go to scene entity exit. You can see here, now we actually need allocator there. Here is thing, the target input. We need more than that. We need the target input. We also need the key, the entrance key. Which is gonna be exit.entrance key.buffer. There we go. All right. Now we have that instead of the metadata. Now let's search for metadata here, because we're not gonna have this anymore. We're gonna replace this with properties. So this is gonna be the property editor. So let's import that. Maybe here, property editor. All right. So property editor, context, and this is not entity type document anymore. This is going to be like entity instance is equal to, and then scene. I actually selected entity, yeah, and then this is gonna disappear. Boom. I guess we can have it there. I'm back. Welcome back, personal Hadi. Well, actually, we're not gonna have metadata, so I'm just gonna remove it. All right, we can delete these now. It's fine. And we can delete this as well. Actually, yeah, we can delete this whole thing here. Yeah, awesome. Exit, we need entrance, time of custom doesn't do anything. Okay. Yeah. I mean, also, what's nice about this now is that exit, since we have more knowledge about the entrance key, we can actually use it when moving to another scene. Like if you select an exit, you can press a button called go to scene or something like that, and that you can actually go to that scene. But now that we have entrance key readily available, we can also set the position, so you get to the actual position of where that exit's gonna take you. You know how to add an avatar to the game. I mean, yeah. I think the question is more like where we want to have it. But you never answered my question, personal Hadi. Do you like Metroidvanias? Like, have you played Super Metroid, for example? And just yeah. Okay, so now we have the property editor. Do we have anything else called like metadata in here? No, we don't. Okay. And we do need to edit the... Well, we need to do a couple of things. So let's go to property editor. We need to implement this thing. So this would actually be the editor mode. Property editor mode. And here is going to be properties, switch on editor mode. If the editor mode is this, then we get the document and we say get properties. Okay, otherwise we have this scene. Now this is going to be a scene entity. Yeah. And then it's just properties directly on this. Except we want it to be mutable. Yeah. If we didn't, what type would this be actually? It's either type, okay. So now that's that, right? Great. Alright, and yeah, and now we pass properties into there. But okay, yeah, I guess what we could do is we can get properties here. This is a function, and we get property object out. Now we will copy this switch. Alright, we return that, and then this will be self. Okay, so now we can get that. So actually, we probably want to put the whole editor mode in there. Because well, actually, we do need object as well. Let's get properties. Let's do this. Let's do can edit property types. Bool. And we'll just return if self is equal to entity type. Right? So we'll float that around. All right. Now for these ones, they don't really need that. We only need it for here. Yeah, so here is like if we can edit. Why did I get like self? Oh, it's property editor mode. Oh, that was why I didn't get that there. Okay, but if we can edit property types, then we want to add this thing there. Otherwise, we just want to have a text that says asset type. And then this would be like tag name. Like this. Alright. So if you can edit the property type, it's an editable combo thing, a drop down. Or if otherwise it's just a label that shows the text. Okay. And then this one should still be editable. Okay. Now let's see. Unused thing. You need to be in editor mode. You also need editor mode. And actually, this guy also needs editor mode. Because now well, we don't really have a way to use this yet, but this guy will be it's like if editor mode can I guess can select entity or something, I don't know. Can edit entity reference and if it's an instance. So if can edit entity reference, then we add select entity UI here. Right. Alright. That's the idea. Okay. So now we have a way to depending on which type, we're basically reusing a lot of the logic in here, and depending on the type that we like, the type of editor here, or the mode, we can do certain things. Can edit property type, so can edit, I mean, I guess can edit properties. I guess this is kind of locking us down to types. I don't really like the name. Can edit properties is kind of like, okay, is it read only? Because it's not really read only. You can still edit the values of the instance. So I don't really know what a good name for this is, like edit schema maybe. Can edit property schema. Maybe that's better name. Because we can have another if here. We cannot delete properties if we don't have this. If we cannot edit the schema, we cannot delete properties, and we can't also we cannot change the key. If we don't have it, then we simply do text key and key actually we can just say key here. That's fine. Alright. And then what else? Okay, so we show the key. We hide the delete button. We also want to hide the add button. Editor mode can edit schema. Then we have this. All right, and what else? Here we can't change the type if we are in that mode. So I'll put that there. But if we are in the other mode, we want to show that as a text. So this will be type. Tag name. Value property. Alright. Yeah, and then it's down there. So I think that covers it. And now we should actually get that in the editor. But we do need to change something. So the thing that we have open in the editor right now is the we have to change the JSON files. So it's the scenes, it's the test village scene. So let's check this out. Let's look for metadata. So all the metadata, we're just gonna delete that and change this to properties like this. So we'll add properties here. There's a lot more metadata than I expected. And here we have entrance key. And now to properly initialize this needs to be an asset reference. And then asset ID is gonna be, no wait, what am I doing? It's not an asset reference, it's a string. Wait, what am I doing here? No. We put it over here, that's right, we put it here. Probably want to move it to a property later, but let's just have it here for now. So properties, actually all the properties are going to be empty. This is going to be entrance key, right. Actually, are all the properties going to be empty? Maybe not for... Well, I guess in here they're going to be empty. Yeah. Okay. These are going to disappear. There we go. Let's see if we can open this now. Oh. I guess some compilation errors. Context? Oh no. My LSP crashed because I went in here. Right. So you want what? Expected context found allocator. Oh, right. So let's actually just put self there. Are you an actual pointer? Yes. Scene document 76. Let's actually do this. Okay. What's this? No thing named this. Yes. Now we can remove all this. Awesome. It's always nice to remove a whole bunch of stuff that you don't need. Create nothing staining value for the player. See, yeah, we don't need any of that. Alright. Anything else over here? Yep. We don't need any of these. And I guess this is unused, so fine. That's also unused. Okay. Entity type 67. Right, so now here we have to say entity type. There we go. Expected type context found allocator. Yes. Okay. It seems to pass now, so yeah, it's crashing. Error processing unknown field properties. Alright. Great. Could not load document. Scenes test village. Yeah. So why is that not working? Let's go to scene here. Is it because of this? No, that should be fine. Oh yeah, actually these need to be like this now. Oh, then that needs to be tag name T. The expression is this. E.clone. Yeah. That should be good. And then we read with this. Oh, entrance key. Entrance. Oh, this is not entrance. This is exit. And this is also exit. Okay. Now where was that? Here. So here we also need to deinitialize exit as well. So we just do this. All right. Now I don't understand here though. Let's see. Do we have JSON stuff here? No. Missing or unknown field. It said. Okay. Error parsing unknown field properties. I'm pretty sure it's properties it's complaining about. Can't really see here, but I should really improve this error message here. Like maybe we should search back to like maybe search the whole line, get the whole line, and then do like a, you know, the arrows bit underneath to show where the error is instead. That would be a great addition, but I'm pretty sure it's complaining about properties, but I don't know really why, because it should be there for all scenes, or I mean entities. Unknown field, and then we also get a seg fault when we're trying to get texture ID on the animation document. Interesting. Not sure what that's about. Okay. Let me just double check, I guess, the scene here. So we have the list of entities, right? Which is going to be just a flat list there, yes. And each thing inside is going to be this type, which is ID, position, type, and properties. I didn't misspell, no. And that's an object which also has JSON parse JSON stuff thing going on, which just has the fields in there. It says unknown fields, so I'm not really sure why it says unknown field. There's no properties that actually has. Oh wait, you know what? I think it's player. Oh, the type is player. We should delete this. Yeah. We don't actually have a type player. We only have type custom now. We have type custom entrance exit. Yeah. Okay, I think that was the issue. The player was actually, I never replaced the player. So now we can do, where's the player here? There. Let's put the player there. It doesn't actually do anything, but it shows where the player would spawn if we were to start this level. Okay, we got this working now, and here you can see the properties here. And if we add a new entity of type button, because that's gonna have an entity reference here, we see that now we get an entity there, but we cannot add entities, and we cannot delete it. We cannot change the key. We cannot change the type. And so the idea is now that we add, when we're in this mode, we add a button that's like, okay, select entity, and then you would click on this and it will select that entity for you. Yeah. Okay, cool. And so I guess if we change properties here, it's not really gonna affect this now because this is already created. So I guess that's fine. You're gonna have to, if you're doing this, if we end up in the situation where we have a whole bunch of entities and you kind of think that, oh, we need to change the properties we need to change the schema. This is basically akin to if you're running like a website and you have a database, and this is sort of the schema of the database, and then you have a bunch of rows in the database, which are these entities here, but you want to change the schema, so you want to basically, maybe we say you want to add another property. Well, that's fine, that's easy. But you do want to have some sort of process for each type of action you're doing with the schema. You want to do something with all the entities. So if you add a property, you also want to add the property to all the entities, and then you can set the default value or whatever. So that's easy for adding a property. For deleting, I mean, I guess that's easy also, you could just delete. But if you want to like rename, then I guess you want to have to keep track of what's the old key name and what's going to be the new one. And I guess since we have the ID, we could actually easily do that. That was a really good thing to add, actually. Each thing does have the ID, and this matches the ID of the key, so, or of the property. So actually we don't even need the key here. What we could do is have this as a sort of another, we could make this another struct, but that would just become a hassle to deal with, like having two different structs for doing almost the same thing. No, I think I'm just gonna keep it like this, and then have some sort of syncing going on. So you can rename, you can change the type. If you change the type, that's also gonna be a bit messy. But if you do that, then you're gonna have to like redo all of the entities basically. And that's gonna be some major thing. Like, let's say we have like 100 different scenes or something, and like 1,000 entities or whatever. I'm not sure if we're ever gonna have that, but and then you change sort of, we're gonna change the type there to something else. Okay, then you're gonna have to update like 10,000 different places. Okay. How are we gonna do that easily? Like, I think maybe then you're gonna have like, we're gonna build like a bulk update window or something if you're gonna do that. But we don't have that issue right now, so we don't need to deal with it right now. But yeah, this works. Let's see also what we can do. So let's, do we have another entity type that we can change? Yeah, here, this one. So this one is also pretty cool. So if we add this, you get this string which you can change now. So let's change this to gray. Okay, so now we have an entity here with gray, with a gray variant string property here. So, and this stays as green, but this entity, this instance is gonna have the gray thing there. Also, maybe it would be good to have a different struct here, because you might want to just say that, oh, I just want the default value, whatever that is. So, and then because then you can, if you change on the entity type, you're gonna change for all of the things that has that default value. So it's like there is an argument to actually have that, but we don't really have that issue right now. So I'm not gonna deal with that. But now it's really nice because now in the game engine we have this very what we could do is we could go to here, and we can go, now we have to go to scene entity. Wait, no, that's not right. And yeah, this is no longer gonna be, that's no longer gonna be, oh yeah, we also have vertical. We also need to add this is vertical. But this is more like a property to me. But how would you add properties to exit entities? I mean, technically we could make exit and entrances custom things now, because we could add all these things as properties, and then you can still have go to scene and have a connection to another scene. Yeah. So then instead of connecting them through an entrance key, you connect them through an entity reference to that entrance, which is gonna be more also like connected in the editor. Yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. So even exits and entrances don't have to necessarily be hard-coded in the editor. That's really cool, actually. And now you just make the tooling good enough so that it's still convenient to use to like switch between scenes. Because let's say you have, I mean, okay, let me show you here. So right now this is an exit, and then we have a button here somewhere. Wait, where is the button? Is it gone? Or do we not have an exit connected here? No, we should have a connected exit. Oh, maybe it failed to load it or something? Huh. Or did it disappear? I don't know. We should have. But anyway, let's say we take this guy, for example. Yeah, that's now the target scene. So we can open that. That's gonna crash now because we haven't updated the JSON file to work with metadata or properties, I mean. But we can click on this to go there. But what if we build into the asset input, and if you're having a scene, you can actually click open scene. Now granted, I guess it's not really working in conjunction with the entrance key though. So it's like, but actually it could. If you have an entity reference, actually you don't need a scene then. You just need an entity reference. So if you have an entity reference, it's already in a scene. So an entity reference, you could actually say go to entity and you will jump there. Yeah, that could actually work. So everything in here that is like hard coded, we can actually do with the custom entities right now. I guess scale would be something that is like inherently yeah, I don't know. Scale is like something that is not really easy to do. I mean, it's connected to the actual rendering here. I guess you technically could have this hard coded for every entity and not just these two. The scaling. I guess. Yeah. So if you make the scale hard-coded for every entity, you make the entity reference work and the entity reference being able to like jump to target entity, then you can basically replace these two with custom entity types. And then the only custom entity type we have left, or the only hard-coded entity type we have left, is like the time map, which is fine. Which doesn't really need to be an entity, to be honest, if you're only gonna have one. But technically, maybe in the future, building one scene could be when you like, okay, I want multiple time maps in one scene. If you wanna work with, okay, I wanna work with like modular time maps or something, and you build like a bunch of different modules and then you bring them into one scene, like something like that. So we do want, that's going to be, so that's actually kind of cool, because then we don't have any hard-coded entities left. Okay. But yeah. I'm gonna see if I can, let's put this guy over here. We'll save this. And we will go back out. Right, so we need to adapt the game code a little bit to get this working. And am I gonna worry about this for now? I'm probably not gonna worry about that for now. But what we do need to do is we need to go to, actually, I guess I can keep these entity types because they are being used elsewhere, actually. So this is, I mean, yeah, spawn, for example, we have like this entity type. So this is like, we are using this for other purposes. So we want to keep these here, but the exit is gonna change. We're gonna have the entrance key there instead, and I will remove it from the metadata. And I think we also remove this. Should we just put that in hard-coded for now? Yeah, let's just put that in hard-coded for now. And I will move that later. So, where's that scene? Exit is vertical. Oops. And clone. Address key. What about scene ID? Oh, did I miss that? Is that why I didn't copy it? Okay, that's why it was missing. I see. Keep the same order there. All right. Okay. And let's also go to layout scene, and we will also add the thing to target input now. No. Here. So we will add this here. This is gonna be like a checkbox, and it's gonna be is vertical or vertical, and the bool is gonna be exit is vertical. There we go. Oh, it actually launched. And then here you can see this is not vertical. And this is also not vertical, but we can save it if we want. And we lost the scene connection here. I'm just gonna add this back. That's Demo Swamp Area 1, Forest Entrance. So that's now solved. Alright, now let's go back to the game code. I'm gonna search for exit metadata because we're not gonna have this anymore. So let's delete this. Use of undeclared, yeah. So the key now is going to be well, we don't actually need to do this. Well, do we wanna the key is just gonna be like exit, wait, no, it's entity dot entrance key, right? Exit dot entrance key, or wait, what is this? Oh, it's going to be part of entity type. Yeah. Method dot, just remove all this. And then you have entrance key. Yeah, so that should work. Entity dot type dot exit. There we go. Because this is part of the scene, and this is gonna get deinitialized when we unload the scene, I think. So we can just keep this around. We don't need to duplicate this or anything like that. All right. There we go. And also metadata is going to be entity type exit is vertical. Let's also do this here. Key, entrance key. There we go. And here we have metadata as well. This one is for what? NPC. Am I actually doing anything with this? I don't think so. Right, because we don't have entity type NPC anymore. So we can just delete this. Yeah. All right. And you scene entity. I think you only need, yeah, you need type, and then you don't need anything over here. Can I run this now? No, I can't, because it's gonna, wait, maybe I can actually. Well, it's crashing, but I need to update the properties. Well, I need to do a couple of things. So the exits are gonna need, okay, so they already got these things, but this is gonna be updated for each scene. Now if I go and open up another scene, it's gonna crash. Yeah, so so I will, oh, it crashed when I exited. That's interesting. Maybe try to deinitialize something that is not persistent data. Okay, so it's actually maybe like when it fails to load and let's just guess, and it initializes it fails. Well, let's not worry about that for now. Okay. We have to go into each scene and change these things now. So maybe do I want to create a script for that? I don't know. Let's check the scenes. Oops. So we have so we want to change entities, and wait, entities. That's gonna be dot plus, and how do you like delete? I guess we have to copy. We could do copy everything. So we could say like ID is equal to dot ID, positions equal to dot position. I guess this would be different. No. Type is equal to dot type. Properties is equal to empty. There we go. And then we do this. Okay. Yeah. So let's try that now. Update time map. Cannot index ID. Cannot index array of string ID. Okay. So it's dot entities. That's the first one. Oh, maybe it's because it's like we need to map. Maybe that's the reason. Okay, there we go. Really nice, this JQ thing. You have to be a bit careful though, so you don't lose any precious data here. But I'm gonna be confident here and see that we are copying everything. And the only thing that we're doing is we're adding properties. Okay. And also we're removing like metadata. So if we open up another scene here, for example, let's open up, I don't know, forest. Well, actually, let's do new, and we will list the scenes. Well, we just need to do this. And then we do this. My projects. Alright. And then I guess we can just do update time map. And we can, well, let's just do the first one. Oops. There we are. Yeah, so now you can see it's a dry run basically. So you can see all the differences. So it removes that metadata and it adds properties. However, for exits, we actually want to do a bit of something a bit different. So for exits, we want to do something here. Now, type, that's gonna be different. let's open up demos one. No, scenes demos one. All right, let's go to exit. So, right here we need to grab the entrance key and put that in here. So that's gonna be a bit tough, maybe, to do. Not actually sure. Well, this it's gonna be like a conditional thing here. Maybe you could do like several transformations. You could do one transformation that is just for exits. And then, okay, I'm gonna have to look this up a little bit. JQ trend or conditional something. Conditionally property, maybe. Oh, there's an if else, or if. Okay. So let's say you do if type keys test exit then yes else dot end. Okay, let's just see what that will be. Time of getting information is not a string. Right, so I need to grab like the first one, I think, because it's always going to be one. So there you can see. Oh, excuse me, I get a phone call here. All right. Sorry about that. Let's see if we can continue. So I got distracted here, so I don't remember really. Okay, so we are searching for, so you can see when it matches the exit, which I believe it did here. Let's just double check the ID. Yeah, that's the exit. It says yes, otherwise it's gonna just take the other thing that it had. Except you can see here, it actually copies the parent here. So it's not gonna be dot here in the else, it's gonna be like dot type. Let's try this again here. And there you can see there's the yes, and here's the type custom here. Okay, cool. So that's a conditional thing. So only for exits, what we want to do is we want to say dot plus, and then, well, actually dot type plus, and then it's going to be entrance key. It's going to be dot metadata. Oh man, this is, can you parse JSON in JQ? From JSON? Ooh. Okay, let's try that. So this is gonna be from JSON. And then this is just entrance key. Oops. Okay, does that work? Hey, there we go. Now we're actually, oh, it's still not quite right. This needs to be actually this needs to be type equals to dot, wait, like that, type equals to equals exit, like this, yeah. And no, like this, yeah, that already has, and then that is like dot type dot exit. There we go. And then this one is that, this one is that, this one is that, and then we do this. All right, let's try that. Here we go. Oh shit, type. What? How does it? Oh, I already have type. Okay, let's remove that outer layer now. Okay, there we go. Now we have entrance key in there. And we can, I guess we can also import is vertical. I wonder how this will work if it's not, if it doesn't exist. It's null. I guess we can just add an if here. If this is null, then false, else true, else I mean, it's gonna be the actual thing. we have a parenthesis here? No? How did this work? Okay, so you can test for null. JQ test for null. If has, okay. If has word is vertical, then we do all this, else false. Okay, this is false. All right, it seems to work. Cool. And let's see one that actually has vertical. So it's gonna be somewhere, maybe this one or this one. Yeah, this one should have. Oops. This one should have its vertical. Yeah. So let's grab this ID and we will search for that, and its vertical is true. Okay, so it seems to work. Now maybe I should create a backup just in case. Backup 7.4. There we go. Okay. Now we can like turn off safety mode here, and we will copy over the thing instead. And so now we can grab. Actually, I want to grab all but the. Where's the test village? We already did that one. So let's grab all this and we'll update, and there we go. Oh, excuse me. Have to leave for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm back. So, where were we? Right, I think all the scenes should be updated, so let's see what we can see here. And the connection still works here, so yeah, now we can load these. Now these guys didn't get the properties properly here, so we should probably also update those. But oh, this one didn't update properly, I guess. Okay, let's check if there's anyone else that's wrong. Okay, this one also. Huh. Okay. Let's see if we can. Sorry, I have to turn on my fan here. It's so warm here, so I'm sorry if it's a lot of noise in the background. I will check the audio later, see if, well, actually maybe I can I monitor it now? Okay, maybe, I don't know if it's I can't really hear good in my well, let's disarm that a little bit, and what was I doing? Oh yeah, the things. Here we go. Yeah, the scenes. So let's add. Well, let's open this. Oh shit. There we go. Oh yeah, sorry. Scenes. Okay. Now what was the issue? Let's actually go in here and check what the issue was. Unknown field type player. Oh, player. Right. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's like all the things that have player. I will just delete those because they are not actual entities, and maybe it just worked because I don't know, it existed. And yeah, okay, so that was that one. Let's see if we have player here. Yeah, let's remove the player. Player doesn't actually do anything anyway, so I'm just gonna delete that. Okay. I forgot to replace. That was maybe basically the only thing I forgot to replace when I upgraded or changed the entity system to use entity types instead of to use the custom entities instead of hard-coded ones. And this one should not have that anymore. Okay, cool. So now let's see if we can open up. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. There we go. Now this works. Cool. Let's just open everything and see. Oh, this one didn't work. Forest entrance 2. Okay. Is there anything else that I'm missing here? Forest entrance 2. Oh, this has a clear. Okay. Only one? Yeah. Okay, let's just remove it, and I guess we can add it later if it's that important. Okay, let's try again. forest entrance, and then forest entrance 2. No, still. Did I forget to change those? Mossing as well. Okay. Huh. Well, let's just remove them. Do we have anything else? Like, no, not NPC. Stening? No. Battling? No. Okay. Let's try again. Oh, maybe that's why it was kind of weird. We should have everything in here. Maybe that's why this one was a little bit weird. I don't know. It felt like, yeah, maybe I missed some. This one seems okay. This one we don't even have anything there anyway. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah. That seems okay. Okay. So, let's go back. Here, okay. So, now, I think this is gonna crash if, like, the game, if we try to start it. Yes, it will. So, it does run, but it crashes. So, let's check what's going on. Error parsing JSON unknown field. Error reading file. Forest entrance scene. Okay. So apparently, oh, maybe because we don't have properties. Right. So yeah, now here in entity we need to add properties now. Now what type will this be? I think this will be depending on the entity type. So actually, we probably want this to be part of the type then. Oh man. We just did a whole bunch of refactoring and this is where it ends up. So this is probably have to be in the entity type, yeah. So, okay. I mean, we could do a JSON parse thing where we first check, okay, what type is it? And then once we have the type, we map the properties to it. But I think it's maybe a lot easier to just move properties into entity type instead. Actually, we could probably move it into entity types in the JSON maybe. But then it's going to be a problem when reading. Yeah, I think I just have to move it. So let's go back to the thing here. Yeah, we're just gonna have to have properties in the type itself. I mean, it is a common thing. Everything has properties, but the actual type. But what I would like is it to be hard coded in the game engine. Maybe, or do I actually want that? I mean, because what we could do is we could just add a JSON. Yeah, we could just do this. We could add properties, and then this would be a JSON array hash map. So you get like a JSON object here. Wait, could you actually do like a... Because it does have like an like this as well. Oh, whoops. What's this? Is this... No, that's just a normal array hash map. Okay. What about value? Right, that just goes to object map. Okay. But if you say value and it parses into an object, will that work? String number null to object begin. So if it's an object, we're making, yeah. We could probably do this, but then it's gonna be like an object. Okay. So if you just, you could just say it's a value, but I think I would rather say it's an array hash map, because then it's gonna get properly deserialized and we can access the things in there. So what's the type though? But this doesn't actually make sense. And I guess the type is value, or is standard JSON value. Yeah, so we're kind of enforcing the first thing to be an object, but then anything inside is going to be proper stuff there. And then what we could do, well, this is kind of convoluted. I mean, the other way to do it would be to say, okay, here you can see we have MPC metadata, but we can also have, let's say we have exit properties, or not exit properties, mossing properties is a struct. So this will become a lot more, how do you say, well, a lot more like well defined. So this would be a variant, and the variant would be a string. Okay. And then actually here we could actually make a JSON parse function that will validate as well. So we will get the variant, we will get the variant here. This would be source, no, standard JSON inner parse, and the value is, the type is this, here's the allocator, here's the source, here's the options. I guess we do a try. So here's our variant, and then we do a validation. So we say if variant is equal to green, or if it's not equal to green, then we return parse error source. Right, what was it? Wait, no. parse error type of source dot. Okay, so it's like type of source dot, and then like invalid, I don't know, character, missing field, overflow, unexpected token, unknown field. I guess invalid character, something. Okay, and then you can have gray. So now we kind of do we need to error defer here? Because we're not causing an error. Will error defer, will that trigger if you return an error? Will error defer trigger if you return an error? Sorry. If an error is returned in the scope. Okay. That's good, because you can error defer here. Any of these cases it will call free, because we're not using it. Otherwise we create the thing. So now if for some reason you say the wrong thing, when you run the game it's actually gonna crash, and it's gonna also say what the issue is, because you're gonna see the line of code, I think, where it happened, I believe. And then well, we'll see. Yeah, and we don't need a stringify because we're not gonna serialize it. Oops. Okay, missing struct field properties. Yes. So init with random ID. So we also need properties here, I think. But that was empty. Where is this used? Ah, it's used in when we spawn a from the spawner, right? So I don't think we need to add properties here. I think we just need this to be, it's just going to be empty. Like this. Yeah. All right. Cool. And now, what my point here was that this will now be more like, you know, it's more well defined is what I was gonna say. Instead of parsing the properties as a generic properties, which is kind of, it's good in a way of it, and it allows a lot of errors, I guess, to go through, I guess, ignoring a lot of errors if the properties aren't exactly a match to your specification here. But it's also not good because it's not exactly as a specification, so maybe some things are missing, and it's the wrong thing. I think it's better to have the correct data, and it's also very much more convenient in using the code. You just say properties.variant and you have it there already. So I think we actually want to move properties into each type. Each type is gonna be responsible for having the properties in them. So I think, yeah, but it's also only gonna be the custom type that's gonna have the properties as well. So we actually only want to have it in custom. Well, now this is a custom. This is entity custom. And oops. A lot of changes happening here, but I feel like it's good to get this right. So we have this, we have the ID. This is gonna be the entity type ID. Yeah. And the properties. And yeah, we're gonna have to have these things. Now, what about init? I guess we don't really need init right now. The initialize we do need for properties. Clone. Properties. Okay. I guess maybe we do need this. But let's suspend. What is that? What? Wait, is there like async await in this? I don't remember seeing anything about that. I think that's like for later. I'm not sure actually. Maybe it's like just there for a placeholder. So this will return that. Yes. And ID is... See, this is where it's kind of weird because this needs to be populated. It can't just be an empty thing. Well, I guess it will be populated. I guess we provide an ID here. Where is it? Here. Okay, and then properties. Gonna be init. What is this gonna be? Oh. Just it needs an allocator, but it doesn't need an allocator. So can we do empty then? Dot empty. Yes. Okay. Good. Yeah. So you don't have that anymore. However, no, you don't have that either. Actually, you do want to change here because custom now has a limit function. It also has a clone function. There we go. Very good. And you need to be a mutable. And expected this, found that. Right. So now we do .init ID. Wait, what? Wait, what's happening here? Edit type. Oh, because this is not okay. Yeah, this is custom, and then custom dot enter type ID. There we go. Properties. Yeah, this doesn't exist anymore. Clone. Switch percent properties. Oh, I need to add it here as well. Yeah. So let's add custom. And right now this has to be moved into here. Actually, it has to be moved like into where this is created. Like when we create a new where did that happen? Is it here? So we get entity type. That's the document. Oh, also this is wrong here. This needs to be entity type ID. Okay. Now this is the selected. There, this is the entity details menu. Right, where is delete, move, create entity. Here we go. Create entity. Here we go. Payload. Right, the payload is the type. Okay. Which is from the assets manager. Okay, yeah. New asset, no. Move node. Node menu. Wait, the payload is the node, right? So when we create the payload is the asset node. So when we create the entity, this is the node, not the type. Oh, but we can get it here. Oh, this is set over somewhere else. Is this even set anywhere? Oh man, is this even relevant anymore? Because I remember changing this a little bit. Yeah, we don't. Oh yeah, we do have this for exit and enters. That's right. Here is the function we're looking for. Right. So we have the drag node here. Here we create the entity. Right, and here's the cut. So here's the thing. Okay. So we need custom to be init ID, but then we also need the properties. So actually, if we go over to, where is that? Yeah, it's here. So actually, we need here, we need actually context. And I just, you know, the thing that we had here, I just removed this entire thing. Let's back. Oh man, this is where we need. Whoops. Oh man, okay. I just messed something up here. Oops. Okay, there we go. We're back. So yeah, I just removed a whole bunch of code that I wanted to have because I want to basically do the thing with the properties here. I wanna, okay, let's just redo it. Fine. Properties, switch on. Wait, what? No. Actually, yeah. Yeah, we need the enter type. Document is gonna be context request. Why am I not getting? Why is the LSP weird? Did I open up context by accident? Type by ID. Yeah, the LSP just died. It's just dead. It's just not actually. It's actually not even. Okay, let's do this. And we'll go back. Yeah. There we go. So there it is. We need entity type. The ID is ID. And then we catch. Wait. That's gonna be properties. Let's do this. Catch, break, empty. Or else break, empty. Okay, can I do that? Great. Also, this is not needed anymore. Cool. Right, but then properties is properties. Alright. But it is gonna be an issue. We're not returning anything else here. So what is this really? It doesn't say. And this is a property object. Yeah. If we get the document, we get it here. And this is unknown. I think there's an issue here. I think we need to wrap this expression. No, still unknown. Okay. And then enter document. Get properties. Dot clone context allocator. That's what we want to do. All right. That's it. So yeah, just as before, we grab the document from by the ID. We also pass the context so we can grab it. We also clone the properties from that entity type and populate this entity instance with those properties. Okay. Now we can go back. Oh man, what's all these errors? Yeah, now you don't need to have that. Actually, yeah, you need context now. And you don't need context. Oops. Type has no members. Oh, okay. I accidentally did that. No field name properties on senior. Okay. Now, right. So this will only be for custom entities. So actually, this will be for custom. There we go. Okay, we're back to sanity there. Expected, found, sanity custom. Yeah. So this one, let's only have it if selected entity is a type is custom. Actually, let's do a switch. It would be nice if you could do just like with what's nullable. If you could do, if this is custom, you can grab the custom out like this. Like, it would be really cool if this was actually a pattern, but it's not. Because now you have to do a switch. You have to say custom, and you can get custom out, and then you can do whatever you want to do with it. Okay. Well, I'm not getting anything. Oh, probably because of the syntax error. Yeah. That's also some, like, okay, there's a lot of nitpicking here, but that's like some, like, you have some syntax error. All of a sudden your LSP breaks and nothing works, and you're like, where's my hints? And it's because there's a syntax error somewhere, and then the whole thing breaks. So, but anyway, I digress, I guess. This needs to be mutable, so let's do this and that. Now this should be mutable, even though I don't get. Actually, no, it needs to be this. Yeah. Okay, now it's correct. Yeah, because you're you can switch on this. You don't need to do that. Okay. So otherwise, we don't do anything. That's the purpose of this switch here. Okay. Anything else? We have these things. Right. So now this is custom. So this needs to be entity ID. Now, as an easy fix. And then the rest here is like context, but oh yeah, so now we don't need this. Was that it? Okay. Let's check what the compiler says. Compiler says no. Compiler says yes, but the runtime says no. Unknown field. Oh yeah. So now we need to redo the JQ stuff again. So, yay! All right, but we do have a sort of a template to go after now. Let's copy this. This is starting to get a little bit of a mess here. But basically, we want to go through entities. All these are going to be fine. Now we don't have metadata, so we don't really... Well, we actually want to remove properties now, so let's remove that. And what else do we want? So if the key is exit, we don't really care about that now, actually. So I don't think we really need an if here anymore. What we need to do is basically just move so this will be dot, let's do dot type plus, and then this will be whatever it is, actually. Oh man. Wait. How do you do that? Actually, this is only gonna apply to custom. Anything that is not custom, we're gonna remove the keys, or we're gonna remove the properties from that. Anything that is not custom. So here it's gonna be if the keys, if the why did I go over there? Okay, if dot type keys is custom, then and else, then we want to do, if it's custom, we want to move, we want to do custom and ID, wait, no, now it's called entity type ID. This is now type dot custom dot ID. No, it's just type dot custom. Yeah. Right, because that's the way it was structured before. But then we also have properties, and properties is gonna be dot properties. Yeah, but then in the else clause, it's just gonna be it's not gonna be anything actually. It's just gonna be the thing that it was before. Yes, and then properties is just gonna disappear. Okay, let's see if we can make this work here. Let's do this again. So update, and then projects, scenes. Okay, copy this, paste that in here. Okay, so here's a custom. We managed to move properties in there. Entity ID is there. Okay, cool. Can we like diff this with whatever we would have? Actually, let's do this. Let's do this, and then we say update Good timer. Okay. Oops. What was it called? Right. Or what's the timer? There we go. I think that's cool. Okay. And then it's gonna be this. And let's choose swamp area 1 or whatever it was called. See that JSON. Wait, what was it called? Okay, let's just copy this and paste it in here. There we go. Okay, and then I'm gonna make you new as well. And we're gonna open now. We're gonna open this instead. And then we're gonna run a diff on this and a diff on this. And here we see the difference. Right, so properties got removed. We got a little bit of reformatting, I guess. Yeah, so here you can see for custom, we actually, yeah, it got added there. So yeah, that seems to work. Enter the type ID. So let's just double check if that is the actual thing. Oops. I think so. Yes. Enter the type ID properties. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now let's go back. Let's delete these things. Okay, and this. Right. So now we simply want to run. We want to enable these and run this for real. Okay, and hopefully it now works. Okay, cool. So now basically, yeah, this is a custom entity, so it has properties. These do not have properties, so they are done there. This one should still have its property there. Okay, cool. So it seems to work. Great. I'm just gonna double check that we can open all the things. Yes. Yes. And that should be, yeah, that should be good. Okay, cool. I can see here these guys have properties, but I mean it's empty, but at least it shows that they are custom entities. But okay, so great. Now we have the means of what is it? Yeah, so scene persistent area. So now the properties are actually in the custom type. So we need to now make the game code match this here. So let's go to the game code, and now we'll move this properties over to custom. Right. Wait, no, that was the wrong thing. Oh, yeah, we don't have a thing for that. So this is going to be entity custom. Let's just remove this. Okay, outbounds entity custom. So this is going to be, yeah, entity type ID. And it's going to have properties. Now these properties, oh wait, okay, I didn't think this through enough. Now we're back to the same issue. Oh shit. Okay, well, yeah, now we're back to, okay, my mind is racing with possible solutions here. But this is gonna be an issue. I mean, yeah, we can't. We're back to the square one basically. But I think it was a good step that we did, because it doesn't make sense that the other entities would have this thing. And yeah, we got a little bit of JQ experience there, so that's good. Yeah. The thing is, when we're parsing the JSON from the scene, to make this the correct thing, I mean, either we don't actually care about properties right now. We could just keep it as a JSON string almost like metadata. So we're back to that idea. We probably don't want to do that. Because the idea is, my idea is that we defer the actual code, like well-defined parsing of properties, until we get to we know which type we want, and then we put properties into those things, right? Another idea is to store the JSON in such a way that it looks like a union enum. Like, if you look at the thing here, I'll go back to custom. So my idea is that you have type custom, but then in here we actually store it as, we can grab the type where we have the type ID. We need to load that resource. I guess this is it's becoming a little bit like, we could parse this here, but then we want to actually load the thing. Maybe we'll defer loading properties for now. So maybe properties actually should be a string. But in the editor it's like parsed as JSON, like a JSON object, and that shouldn't change. But in the game code it's actually parsed as a string first, and then when you know which entity type it is, it checks against the actual. But do we have to make it a string for that? Another idea is that when in the JSON parse function, if we could supply a way to load documents in there, because we do have a way to do that right now, right? Yeah, we have entity type container. Wait, did we populate that before? Or do we like dynamically loaded in. I don't actually remember. So here's the initialize. We add that, and then here's the initial load. Here we're loading the entity types. And okay, so we're looking through all the files in the index, right? And then we're looking for the entity types. Okay. And then we're loading them, right? So we have them in the container. So if we could somehow get the container, we can't really do that in the context of loading part. Like, could we? If we had self? No, we don't have self. Only in stringify. No, not here. It's gonna be there. No, not there. Where is it? Here. So my idea was that, okay, let's see if we can do like function, JSON parse, and you know, do the whole thing. Wait. Do this whole thing, but why is that some weird color? Oh, because of this. Yeah, so anyway, the idea was that the JSON parse would maybe this works actually. I just put it there as a placeholder to make this example work, but maybe this actually works. Okay, so my idea was that maybe it could be like part of source. Yeah, but anyway, my idea was that we, in the parsing thing, we parse, we load the entity type. Once we have that, we then sorry, my brain just froze there. I'm starting to get a little bit tired. There's so much thinking going on here to solve these issues. But no, because man, I had a couple of ideas, but it's not gonna work really. I really need to have entity type ID like this, because my idea was that, okay, maybe I can have, you know, a thing like this, that it would say what this was, and then in here you would have the actual properties, because then in the game code you could have this as an enum, but in the editor you could sort of almost skip this part maybe somehow, like when parsing, and just go to the value inside or something like that. I don't know, but so that it works in both ways. So yeah, or technically we could do this. We could have that, and then a type here, and then that one has like the enum in it with properties, and then maybe the properties is like inherent there, maybe, because then you could very easily in the game code read this and have type as a different type of custom thing, and then this would be the inner enum thing. Yeah, that could work. But the issue then becomes that you have this ID, and if for some reason you want to change the name of this, that's gonna like disconnect the thing there. So that's the issue there. I guess it could be a part of cooking up. Like, I guess it necessarily doesn't have to be stored like this for the game code. You could maybe have a separate step that takes the source, which is gonna be this part. Like, let's say this is the source, and then you sort of have a cooking step in between. I know that's kind of like Unreal Engine terminology here, but or baking or whatever they call it. You have sort of a step in between that sort of takes this and realizes it into the type that it actually is, and then you get this type here, right? And you can even skip this step and go directly to here. Actually, that could actually work. Question only becomes like, how do we wanna do that? It's probably gonna happen like in the game code then. And then, well, okay, maybe it's a little bit unnecessary though, if you already have like all the things that you need. The real problem here, the problem isn't like reading this ID and getting the entity type out of it. The problem is reading this into the memory first as one thing, and then reading it as another thing. Or I don't know. Ah, man. What if we just read it as this first, right? We read it as this first, but then when we actually want to have it, we can stringify it and reimagine it as the actual properties that we want to have. So then, well, all of these needs to have like their own type here as well. Well, actually only mossing maybe. 1 second. All right. Well, I think we're on good track here, but I'm gonna have to go now. Maybe I'll come back later or tomorrow. We'll see what happens. But yeah, thanks for everyone tuning in, and yeah, hope you have a nice day.